Alright, Dual Destinies. This is the latest one. It was 1 2 o'clock in the morning last time. Yeah. What was I doing? Where did the killer escape from? Hold on. The killer escaped through here. Okay. The foyer?
Take that!
Okay, look, I'm just getting back into this. I didn't have a lead in or anything. So I'm pretty sure we weren't saying they're going through the air duct, were we? Like, I know. The killer likely went out of the Fox chamber, around into the foyer, and this is where Jinxie saw Tenmataro, right? So either they went out this door or they went out the air duct. What am I doing? I don't have the context enough. Hang on. If I go back here. The air vent, the window doesn't open wide enough. The air vent's too high to reach. The forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what. What's left that might lead us to how the Fox chamber was compromised? So no air duct, no window, no forbidden chamber. The front door. What if I just do out here? Like, the front door wasn't mentioned. See? There we go.
Doorway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out.
Now, what was it doing for him? It was this kind of voice, and I tried to deepen it a little. It would appear you've already forgotten the only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. No one would exit the Fox chamber and then lock it without a key. I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but...
Well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly.
I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because the perp locked it from outside. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Youch. Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Okay, exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both, like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from outside.
Well, let's see if the defense is going to respond to before Prosecutor Blackwood draws his sword.
How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Make sure I do a save. I'm on the right track. They threw it in from outside. Through the window. With the mask, and there was a piece of fur on the window. Right? What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Ah! I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window? The air vent. And the key being tossed into somewhere other than the window. Like, I'm saving to make sure I don't lose it. The air duct.
Take that!
The air vent. Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. And that's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber. Then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. Oh yeah, Apollo's theme's going. Turn that up a little bit. That's preposterous. That's the kind of voice I would have, wouldn't it? Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly.
Mr. Justice, I'm afraid we'll be confused.
Now don't worry. I'll explain it so even your honor can understand. First, the real killer disguised as Temmatara murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. It's so convoluted. But hey, there we go. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer?
Amazing, even I can follow that.
That just seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. And there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer has been the jailbird prosecutor. Whoa. The massive forehead of it is so much more attractive now.
Order, I say.
No, we need to see what those are. Whoa, that was a total turnabout. That massive forehead of his seems so much more attractive now. Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence!
Silence. A valiant effort, Justice Dono. I'm changing my voice for him over and over. But a final thrust, missed its mark. Your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. And then what? Oh, I think I was hearing my washing machine go on. I've got the dishes in. Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the door? Front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the couch. But that is impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage.
What?
Save for the foyer entrance. There is no other way to flee the manor, is there? Okay, Blackwell, but is there records from the security camera of the time of the murder? Or is it wiped clean? That is the question. I don't feel so good.
Hold it!
Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape beside the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence!
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliff side of the manor. Okay. Yeah, each diagram is actually the same way up. Good to know. And the killer escaping that way will be a dead one. No! Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right? Ha! I suppose your next proposal is the killer is routed wings and flew off into the sunset? You know it. That would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. I'm already on it, Athena. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor. What evidence do you have that the killer flew away? Oh, you know what it is, but I'm gonna save just in case. Present the special edition paper. Take a look at this special edition paper. Tenmataro, real or fight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out of the window? Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting. He's not being very confident with it when he's saying things at the moment. Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Tenmataro flew away. You know, by some way or another.
Silence!
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but tricked photography of some other form of artifice. That's tricky to do his voice consistently. And I really thought some music would be going there. That's alright. Okay, then what about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there is a rational, common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai, a tricksy tanuki witness, never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Tenma or his daughter, Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Donner? The falsified yokai remains. And the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. Are we changing our defendant in the middle of the court case? The suspense built up for that one.
Order, order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever.
Hey, so it was both of them? Oh no, it was Apollo and Apollo.
The little scam was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that a superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade.
Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window.
Did you truly believe this could end any other way?
Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Our case is no longer stands without a real Ryokai. If only we had one.
Bailiff Caesar. In a son, I interrogated her as a samurai of yore would.
Mayor Tenma.
This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul?
Tenma Tara's true identity is...
Now, Mr. Mayor, it will be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you have been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Stepping into a yokai costume and roaming around the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce.
Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait.
Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again.
Mayor Tenma, no, don't fall for his twist of words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is...
Mayor Tenma's going to confess unless we do something.
But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Caw. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time of my return. Uh-oh, I should watch what I wish for.
Caw, foolish mortals! I'm Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek.
What? And what is that hand movement they're doing? Kinda sus there. Mayor Tenma?
Silence, I'm Tenma Taro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold the return of the Demon King!
Well, what the?
Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation! The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenma Taro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenma Taro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenma Taro, you say? Ha! What nonsense!
So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now?
His body is now mine! So, you're saying the Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie and Phineas Filch saw? And the one captured in the newspaper photo? Those are all you? The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form.
Your boldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt?
Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented.
Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned.
What?
You claim the yokai their little scam saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ah. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. For the alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma, and a yokai at the scene. That too was Mayor Tenma, should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. The pieces have all fallen into place.
How so, Prosecutor Blackwell?
It seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the forbidden chamber's door. I then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the fox chamber.
They're just running with the Tenma Taro exists right now? Okay.
So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
Now, when we arrived on the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible if he was supposed to have flown out of the foyer window?
Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro?
Oh. Ah! Caw. That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, did I, but presently tired and made for the forbidden chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the fox chamber and I knew no more.
It would seem the pieces are still in place.
Is Blackwell up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant real alive? So the rumor about Mayor Tenma is true. I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the alderman so he could release Tenma Taro? Order! You always got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai.
The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your boldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. I figured at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I've no choice but to...
Silence!
This is the dark age of law, where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight?
Hello, hamster. Good to see you. What's up is we are here. We are playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. And it's getting wild. As you would expect. I was going to have work, but then that got postponed, so
go back to my normal stream schedule. Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dunno. I picked a better voice for Blackwell as well.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but. Ah! What? What's wrong with him? Did someone put his shock collar on? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. What? That would do it in the fighting game, but there we go. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. Fighting game rage will do that, for sure. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Ha 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 ha! It seems you found that quite shocking. Is my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Summer Blackwell, vow to, Your Honor. You need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case. This concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. Okay. To be continued. Indeed. Yes, we gotta continue. The Right Anything Agency. At 1:20 in the afternoon on the 18th of April. Having a yoga testify in court is unprecedented to say the least. I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back, Eek! Whoa, whoa! Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit, back from work. Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the man. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tembatari that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right, maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Wait. Why don't we no longer need those? And why are you doing that, Trucy? Why are you putting them in your panties? Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. You don't hear that every day. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos, Apollo, vamonos! So yeah, we don't have some of the evidence now. But some of that, we did use some of that in court, but not others, I don't think, if I'm remembering right. Oh, maybe we used them, I don't know. It is nice to clear up the space a bit. 18th of April, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. We know the Matara impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the old one, the killer left the Fox Chamber through the hallway door. Is our current theory. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the Fox Chamber through the air vent here. And then went back through the air duct and fled the manor. That's our current theory. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locker room was created. Alternatively, we know that this person can fly. Why couldn't he jump high enough to get to the air duct? Just saying. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, if the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting! How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. There's a thick layer of dust in here. Surely you could have taken a light with you, Apollo. I don't get it. How do you expect to see anything when it's pitch black? Come on, Apollo. And get good. Find anything? Yikes, Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So what did you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right, you think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting... No one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if that's true, Matt Tenma is going to be figured as the killer. And if that's true, Matt Tenma is going to be figured as the killer. I need to read the name if I'm reading the subtitles. I keep seeing her and then going, oh, it must be her. But if you don't turn things around quickly, in justice we trust. Ah. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Mr. Justice.
But it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Oh, come on, where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawman, bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Ha ha ha, justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, a Bobby Fulbright, a champion of justice? And how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. He's been a bad guy. He is a silly fella. Information about the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood? I just ate before streaming, and maybe I need to eat a little bit earlier because sometimes it's like it hasn't settled and then my son, I don't know, I start streaming and then the sinuses act up and I yawn, and sometimes it's like I wasn't doing that before I started streaming. Anyway. We did it, Apollo! Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? Okay. What? Oh, we don't have an examine, even though that statue's shining. Okay. The investigation. I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell was stooped that low. I mean, pinning the blame on a yokai? He really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write Dotard 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right, I'd like to see him prove it. I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down, he doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It was at the base of the cliff just outside Kyubi Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff Tematari was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way! What about Prince? No Prince, but if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. That's not in there yet. Well, Prince or no Prince, it's not going to work in our favour. Sounds like the stuff might have belonged to the mansion. And if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Tematari get it from? I thought we'd add it to the court record. Okay. Amazing Ninetales then. Yeah, Prosecutor Black will figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales. He did indeed. He's a sharp one, alright. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger in the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The Amazing Ninetales' fans are so angry, they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened.
Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the amazing Ninetales? Arresta's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. Now, there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. Having your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison! What? No, did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? Oh yeah. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I don't know about that. I've seen some pretty hated mayors. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it. Our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, I'm under no obligation to speak with you mortals. And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't ask him now, because Prosecutor Black was busy questioning him. I know, why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Ha ha! What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea, we might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Alright. Let's check out my attorney's badge. Oh, so this is my attorney's badge. No, present it with more confidence and conviction. Like this. In justice we trust. Okay, how's this? Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Here comes justice. Well, that was amazing. But you know what they say, practice makes perfect. Let's see you do it 10 more times. Okay, I'll try my best. Apollo, what are you doing? How'd you talk me into this? Fun. Okay, so that's not anything for that. Alright, it just starts with your own first step. Don't have any information. Oh, but you can just say so. Alright. This was glowing again in the background there. Well, I guess. What if we go to the foyer? Okay, she's just here. And if we go to the garden... Okay, she's just gonna appear at every part where there's not anyone else. Let's go to the detention center, because by the time we get there... Apparently Blackwood's still got him. Okay. Alright, anything agency, 18th of April. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of the cliff and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this sounds like we're bound and gagged too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough.
Hey, Apollo! Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Wright? What it could be. How goes the investigation, Apollo, Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? Alright, we talk to Phoenix, I guess. We do need to find something connecting the bell to there. Because he was there as per the opening cutscene. And all of that good stuff. So, before 28, yeah, psychological manipulation. And she also studied psychology. So there's psychology versus psychology. That depends. I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. It was one tough day in court, to say the least. And he's worried. I know. I never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we going to get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to face their biggest smile. Force it. What is my brain doing right now? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics? That's right, always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? You're an Athena, yeah. So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. He went to Europe. That must have been in connection to Lamara, right? Possibly in between? Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. I don't remember hearing about that before. Did he mention that before? It's possible because it has been a while since I played the first 3 games too. The first trilogy. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing more. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Oh. It's possibly a reference to the Edgeworth investigations. Or the Professor Layton crossover. Because those take place in between, as far as I know. And I'm not playing these in order, but I thought this was a direct direct sequels to the mainline games, and then I could fill in the in between. Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. Ha ha ha, I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Now I need to just look, because I'm curious. If I just look at her appearances in the wiki, that should be fine, shouldn't it? Other than... I do not see... Oh, the wiki doesn't have appearances like Wikipedia does. That's a bit annoying. Oh well, I won't read anything extra because that's spoilers. it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just I thought my special ability could help defend innocent people. Then I'd have to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Yeah, that's prodigal levels. There's check settings in the background. Yeah, I don't think they changed. That's good. I don't know. I just had a moment where I thought the audio was pretty low, but maybe I'm just speaking a little bit quieter. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or person. Like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright. Yes? I'm going to visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention centre. Let's go. Fresh from Blackwell questioning him. Let's see what he has to say. Mayor Temmo, we wanted to talk to you about something. Kashaw! Eek! Caw, 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 caw! So, my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Temmo again. Silence, our peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Still, we can't let Mayor Temmo stay possessed, you know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now, ask of me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Why is his handle grabby like that? He just wants to have something in there to squeeze. And when his hands are up, he's trying to go. He's a very squeezy boy. Feathers and tracks. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed, the remnants of Temotaro, king of the underworld, they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Caw, 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 caw. Caw, 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 caw. That's probably more like it. The prosecuting claims the feathers and tracks are planted by Jinxie. What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Huh, Mayor Temmo, is that you? Yeah, well now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. Yes, the little thing with demonic possession went up her father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I, for if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him, leaving naught but ash. Is that right? Ah, you're nice. I didn't read it all, I just guessed. Yikes, so you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come on, think of it. The mayor had mentioned he had been clubbed with the statue. I better ask about this too. Okay, but what did you remember? Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Whoa, is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? Bah, I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer to Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. Oh. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber. So he wanted to keep it shut tight. No fingerprints shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal, you would have me, Tomataro, act as some asinine alchemist? I but asked the jailer and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Caw, caw, caw. Always an honor to serve your malevolence. I guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door. Curse that infernal door. But if had I known its manner of opening long ago, would I have made my return? He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Alright, we've got the Forbidden Chamber key. We can show him the attorney's badge. Okay, he's not going to answer about the attorney's badge. Dang it. Snuffleupagus right now. Okay. We can ask him about the statue. What, might I ask, is that? This statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tem over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes. Something wrapped in such a cloth, does he recall? A secret gift from Alderman QB, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck. Of that Damien does not know. A secret gift? Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. A blackmail letter too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Yeah. Why this is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Apparently somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. Pardon me. I believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Temmer's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Caw. You have questions, do you? Very well. Ask away, mortal. He placed this in the alderman's pocket. Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So, whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket. Ah, could it have been his doing? Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter, Damien's aide, Florent LaBelle. Finally, we're starting to get the connection. Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He will never betray Damien. It seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the Alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent LaBelle. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. LaBelle and rake him over the coals. Indeed. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. LaBelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber? He's probably searching for clues, yep. Only one problem, how do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie, maybe she can help. Alright, anything else to present to him? The amazing Nine-Tails mask. Okay, that doesn't do anything for us. Okay, not that either. Jinxie's statement doesn't have a different response. Why, that is a photo of me soaring through the heavens. That's a lot of Leroy Jenkins. Hello, J-Land. Welcome. But look at my wing angle. It's all wrong. Wow, you're really a stickler for details. I even gave a big smile for the camera. But so small am I in this shot that one can't even see it. Never knew demons were so interested in how they're presented by the media. The wing angles are wrong, okay. Good to know, that's a bit of a clue. Anything else from the chamber key? No. A descendant of old Nine-Tails, perhaps. It would seem he's doing quite well these days. Yeah, he's a huge hit from kids all the way up to the grandparents. It seems I've been resting on my laurels for far too long. It's time I too debut in the mortal world and rekindle my struggle against that wily fox. That's the spirit. You can make your debut as soon as you get that not guilty verdict. Well, then I best return to top form. Push-ups and sit-ups should do for now. Caw. Is he planning a new career as a pro wrestler? What about the Legend Scar? Yeah. Ages has it been since I've seen that. We often battled it out like this back in the day. I've been meaning to ask, which one of you was stronger? Caw. That would be me, of course. For I am the demon lord of the yokai. Koshaw! Yeah, but the Nine-Tailed Fox imprisoned you. In Athena, don't encourage him. It's already hard enough as it is. Oh, I just wanted to find out which one was really the strongest. And that, no, not with that. That's probably it. Okay, Jinxie, Miguel. Nine-Tails Vale, Yokai Lane. Hey, isn't that... Yeah... You dare imprison me? Jinxie! She's acting really strange. That loathsome, no good Nine-Tails. He shall know the terror that is mine and forever. You shall pay, oh, you shall pay dearly. All of you.
Jinxie, are you alright? Terror that is mine and despair, yep. Okay. Eek! Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning? Isn't it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Boss, I remember I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no! It must have been the Makuragashi. Makuragashi. Oh, chotomate. Google Translate says that Makuragashi is a pillow return. Oh, that's funny. I'll have to show you. See? Pillow return. Makuragashi? Ever wake up after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, it's that Yoko's fault. The Makuragashi preys on people while they're asleep. It sounds like he just needs to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I'd say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. Ah, there was something I wanted to tell you too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial I remembered lots of stuff. But there was one thing I thought was really weird. I don't know, it's even like, apparently people hate the circus case in the first 3 games, whichever game that was exactly again. But I still had a lot of fun with it. Did. My sweetie pie princess with Maximilian, what's his face? There were some weird things, but like the start of Apollo Justice was a bit like, you're going on about those panties a lot. That probably took the case down for me. Was how much they went on the panties thing. Although it did end up a bit funny with Wesley Stickler in that. It's still a bit like, oh, that's a lot. Especially for the one of the first cases. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? That is possible. Of course, it also depends what kind of approach you're taking to it. Like, because some people would binge this and then they'd be like, okay, there's a lot of the similarities in how some things play out. There's a lot of things that if you binge it all as a big block, you probably don't refresh your mind and then come back to Ace Attorney and go, oh, this is fun as much. You get a bit fatigued on all the Ace Attorney-isms as well. Because there's some recurring themes that characters have here. It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. There weren't any when I first opened the door. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? Are you sure?
Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now.
So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it?
This could spell major trouble, Apollo.
Why?
Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that.
Main thing was about Florent. It was a choice to kind of show him in the opening cutscene, but they've done that a bit with some other cases. And the villain's been obvious sometimes before, even if the methodology isn't obvious. Well, so I won't form an opinion too much until we get to that point. But I mean, it's pretty damn obvious he was hiding stuff with Filch. Bit cartoony, yeah. I mean, sometimes you want the obvious and a bit cartoony type character too. It makes a break. It eases up the tension between a bunch. If it's in between other more serious, not so obvious suspects as well, and all plot twists and whatever. But you can have, like, Red White was one you could say, well, we knew he was the villain from the start. And then that still turned out really good.
Good luck rebutting that.
Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Yeah. I haven't looked up anything about them. The most spoilers I've got is I downloaded the soundtracks now. So some of the music, if it played through the starting soon screen, I haven't been listening to all of it, but some of it I listened to and it's like, oh neat. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole.
Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism.
I listened to the opening song of Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. I think that's it. I downloaded the soundtracks because I like the soundtracks. I haven't listened to all of it because when I have the stream starting a soon screen, I don't have my headphones on either, so it plays and it's only what music I come back to. No, I haven't spoiled myself on any plot points or any parts of future games that I haven't played. So that includes Edgeworth Investigations, Great Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice and that. It's all new. It's just I wanted to get the soundtracks because the music's banger for the games, and I knew that I'd want to get them. I don't have the Great Ace Attorney soundtrack, I don't think yet. But like, oh well, while I'm going, I'll find some of the other ones because it came in a lot with others. It's only music. But also, so I haven't listened to all of it because I play the Ace Attorney playlist when the stream's starting soon for an Ace Attorney game because it's topical.
I say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear.
A puzzle lock. A secret mechanism, really?
Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Fox chamber. but only Alderman QB knew what it was and how it worked. The Alderman of Nine Tails Vale sure loved his secrets. Apollo! Let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the forbidden chamber? Even the Manor's master key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room. They must never be opened. Yeah, no, a place like this would be a great spot to visit. You have a little chaozu in the corner, like I said about last time. I'm not sure. Right, I've heard about some yokai and not others, so I don't know who the chaozu one is supposed to represent. But it's fun. I don't know the umbrella with the tongue sticking out either. It's fun though. I guess that means nobody entered the forbidden chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so... So the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the forbidden chamber were not in vain! Okay. What if we show her the key? A Sukumo no Gami. Sukumo Gami. Have I spelled that right? Sukumagami, which translates to Sukumagami. Great, yeah, okay. Sukumagami? A yokai that inhabits objects that have been used for a really long time. Okay, they do explain it. A red demon and a Sukumagami? What a strange combination. Is everything to her some supernatural phenomenon? Apparently. What about her statement? I saw him, Tenmataro, nearly scared me to death. You see a lot of monsters, Jinxie? Uh-huh. In fact, I encountered the Sunekosuri this morning. Sunekosuri. Meaning rub against lower legs. The story is told of it in Okayama Prefecture and is said to get in the way of people's paths as they walk. The more you know. So, apparently, I might as well share the screen, I guess. According to a 1935 book, Current Dictionary of Yokai Nationwide, natural historian Sato Sime, they appear on nights when rain falls and rub against the crotches, space between the legs, of people who walk on roads at night. The victims have a little difficulty walking, but no other harm. According to Rin Adashino, this book is the oldest record of the Sunekosuri. According to folklore from Ibara in Nankaichi town within this city, Sunekosuri would appear beside a shrine called Iryodo. And it would move through the space between the legs of pedestrians and would take the shape of a dog. In Yoshi, Shitsuki District, Okayama Prefecture, there are stories of a similar spirit called Sunekorogashi, meaning make lower legs fall over. Citation needed. A legend states that it would slip into darkness at night and pull on people's legs, making them fall over. Children were made to fall over and hurt their noses. I have to look all these up. It's interesting.
She stumbled and thought it was a yokai rubbing against her inner part of the bottom legs, lower part of her legs, to make her stumble. Seems legit. Sune Kosuri, you know, I don't know that one. Oh, tell me about it. Oh, it's a mean little beast that trips you by bumping into your shins. That's essentially what we... Okay, I should let her explain it. Yeah, it's one of those that's petty because it doesn't really hurt you. It just inconveniences you because it makes you stumble and trip over. I keep tripping all the time because of that pesky little thing. When it gets really bad, I stick Sunekasuri warding charms on my shins. How about investing in some shin guards and watching your step instead? Get wrecked. Ask about this. Alderman Chibi made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Nine Tails Vale and Tenma Town. A token of goodwill, but the two yokai are fighting. Exactly, they require agent solutions. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. This statue originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. Ah, of course. The classic sake cup. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? So where did the cup go? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Tenma on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the alderman and I. Now it's just me, but a symbol of goodwill will be forever etched in my mind. So is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No, that's about it. My bracelet, it's reacting! The luring gun activates. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... In justice we trust! Yikes! Get out of here, Fulbright. Hey, a ghost! Take that, Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I'm in business with this young lady, you must know. Prosecutor Blackwell has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? Oh, that's right. Specifically, we want to ask. But I can't tell you that now, can I? Oh, yeah. She's gonna jinx the whole thing. Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No. Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I'll not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. And that twisted samurai sure has him on a short leash. So you're not a ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll then? Now come along, Miss Tenma, to the station with you! Oh, you're about to tell us something too. Urban troll, yep. Anything we would have known. He took her away! It's my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber, and we know we'll be using the luring gun on her in court. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. Okay. Oh! The clown has changed his hair color. The clown has changed his hair color. It was not me. My brother Florent has blonde hair, as you can see. J'ai blue hair. Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. Yeah, we JoJo's now. I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask you about you-know-what. Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want with me? There's something we wanted to ask. The epaulets ring! Look at him go! Yeah, I don't want to know about his you-know-what. He can keep his you-know-what to himself. This is great. I want an outfit like this. That the shoulders bling when your phone's ringing. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Oh, it's a flip phone on each side. That's even more epic. You'll have to excuse me. Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, I love it. I love the shoulder phones, they're so good. Yes, about that, you must forgive me. This whole matter with my tenure has been a complete disaster, nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? Oh, you've got Widget. He's got shoulder phones. They do make too much sense, I know. Ah, surprised. Imagine buying clothing. Oh, poor. This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Exactly. He's even designed it himself. Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. Ah! I must rid the world of your peasant stink. You simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. So what do you want with me? And did you see Ten Mataro? Both Jinxie and Mr. Fields said they saw Ten Mataro. What about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you're in the foyer, why don't you see? Ah! I believe you, Jalen. Very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Ten Mataro. So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing.
Rumor has it, she's possessed by Tenmataro. Gossip girl, yeah. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenmataro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. Alright. So, what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Well, I come to think of it. No loathsome, no good, nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mine and despair. I certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once, she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did. Oh, anime cutscene! I didn't expect a cutscene here. I wish I'd never asked. Okay. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? This did not happen. Oh, she totally morphed into Tenmataro and flew into the air. Oh, I believe it. It's in the cutscene. It's got to be real. Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing about these episodes. Memory lost during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that too was caused by her possession. Ah, then maybe. So you do understand. That whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now wait a minute. Although that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Apollo, let's ask Tenma about Jinxie's episodes the next time we talk with him. His theme song's pretty cool. That fits the tone so well. Have my attorney's badge. Yes, you always go around sticking your hand in other people's faces. Oh no, I just wanted to show you this. Oh yes, you do have something in that grimy paw of yours. But only have eyes for things of beauty. Now, if you would excuse me. Yes, you only look at stuff that interests him. Just straight up showing the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Okay, no, he's pretending not to care about that. Blackmail letter then, that's relevant. What is that? It's a blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman Cubic. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. And your point being, someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? He does love fondling his flower, doesn't he? After all, you're the only one who knew the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? Yes, yes it is, you clown. That would make you raise such an What would make you raise such an... Sorry, capitalized mate. What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Oh, well... My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. Oh, God. This guy. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. Oh, that is a mad face. We need to screenshot that one. Ah, you can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I just did. Feel a little lighter now? You just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. That was intentional, no doubt. Are we done with your silly questions now? I am a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Oh, really? You wish to carry my new product to your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV? But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus, I'm getting off. So we need to watch some TV and find that ad. Ha 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 ha! Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis la belle brand products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now it's become so popular, it's become an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you peasants. He literally said it. He's a really fun character. Peasants. This is my latest product. I'm calling it Couleur La Belle. Hair color. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. We'll keep that in mind. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yeah, it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle. Your hair color's changed since the last time we met. Oh, ha, ha, ha. The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Oh, Apollo, what should I do? I'll use it. Well, why not try it? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. I knew it. It's evidence. Couleur La Belle added to the court record. Hair color that washes out with water. It's Florent LaBelle's own brand and isn't available to the general public. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber.
We've still got to find the secret mechanism for opening the forbidden chamber. Oh, well, we're not done with you. What if we show you that? A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with the water. Isn't it magnificent? What if you start to sweat? Won't that wash the color out? I assure you, Florence the Belle, embodiment of beauty, does not sweat. Then what about rain? Even if you don't sweat, you never know when it might. Poof! Peasants like you fail to grasp the truth. Rain and other forces of nature draw back in awe of my beauty. Sure they're not being repelled back by your narcissism? Uh-huh. What about the paper? Okay, that's something he doesn't want to answer. The mask. Okay. Just trying things. Okay, I guess that's all here. I could try presenting that. Okay, yeah, he doesn't want to talk about stuff. Funny about that, he'll talk about himself. Okay, I know the goals. Search within the chamber, find out what Jinx is lying about, yeah. I keep forgetting about this because this is new in this game. I was just keeping track mentally. Yeah. Hey, if I present the hair color to her. Sorry, Apollo, nothing's coming to mind. Give me an hour and I'll have it analysed psych style. Guess I'll know right away. No need for that, I was just wondering. Okay. I didn't know if she might use it. Fox Chamber it is. On the 18th of April. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the forbidden chamber. Oh, this is exciting! I can't wait to see how it works! But do you really think the killer entered the forbidden chamber? We'll just have to open it and find out. Oh, but do you really think the killer entered the forbidden chamber? We'll just have to open it and find out. We should also see if there was any way the killer could have hidden this room. Okay, let's get started. Apparate, Apollo apparate. Or apparate. Alrighty-roo. Have a look at everything in. I don't think we'll find anything else on this chair. No, what about making sure everything's ticked? Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The Alderman's body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. Ooh. It's the top of the statue. Hey, look. There's something down here. It looks like a piece of something. Only question is, a piece of what? We know what it is. Oh, I know. It might be a piece of this statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled under the table? Yep. I don't need to do the door yet. There's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door and statues on him on either side. The way these two statues are glaring inside, they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. It can't be a coincidence, can it? Hey, this statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. I see what you did there. If man can catch fly with chopstick, he can achieve anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows a position they should be in. Like the screen? Okay, what about the door then? Let's just go for that. Still no keyhole. Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. I seriously doubt you could do that. How do you know if I haven't even tried? No, wait, don't. Ah! As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. Alright. I'm gonna take a look behind this door too. Oh look, the doorknob banged into the wall. Made a big dent too. Oh, clues. That wouldn't have happened if the killer had been hiding there. Right, I guess that rules out the old hide behind the door trick. What about the other side though? Alright, we got something more with this statue. This statue originally depicted the two yokai holding a cup in a gesture of goodwill. Maybe Alderman QB was planning on smoothing things over with Mayor Tenma. But he was murdered instead, by somebody who intervened. The mayor was only pursuing the municipal merger because he'd been blackmailed. Who knows? If this murder hadn't occurred, maybe they could have come up with a solution. There's a cliff outside this window. Makes it pretty impossible to get out this way. When I hear things like that, it just makes me want to try. Never say never, right? I bet I could get out this way. No, wait, do you ever have a death wish or something? It won't even open wide enough for me to squeeze through. Guess I lost that bet. That loss just saved your life. Alright. If I click it when the hand is there, okay. What about this door? Just remember this mystery novel I once read. The murder occurred in the locked room. And the wrong voice. I just remember this mystery novel I once read. The murder occurred in a locked room, and the perpetrator made sure to hide behind the room's door when it was opened. Then, when no one was looking, he made his escape. A clever trick, but it would have been impossible in this case. See this broken tanuki statue here? The door must have banged into it when it was opened. Oh, I get it. The killer couldn't have been there because of the statue. Yeah, but why is it broken? Okay. They're supposed to face away from each other, obviously. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. Could this have something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two fox statues in front of the forbidden chamber as well, yeah? Yeah. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. But I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have two foxes on it, and there are two fox statues in front of the door. Yes, I know. Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in the room. Let's send the whole place upside down. He's as excited as a kid in a candy store. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look if anything, Apollo. Well, never find the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know how these fox statues in the front of the Forbidden Chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. Just look at it again. On closer inspection, I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye. It's a transformer, more than meets the eye. Let's check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen with arrow keys, and if I spot anything of interest I can press space. You can also zoom in with B and M, which are weird buttons for it, but okay, let's check every last inch of it. Yeah, it's spinny. Key. It's a picture of a key. The shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. We're definitely getting warmer. Okay, let's take an even closer look. There's a keyhole. What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something. You think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? Wait, what about the key drawn on the end of the screen? Yeah, you think they're connected? A key and a keyhole? Ooh, I just got an idea. If we follow the screen and just right, the key and keyhole should overlap. Hey, I think you're right. Let's have a crack. Yeah. Look, a door. Yeah, and it's open too. The two foxes are now facing each other, so... Hey, what if we made those fox statues face each other? I would have tried that if you let me actually just trial and error it, but yeah. Apollo, let's go check out the two statues. Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Here we go. Look! A lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked. Time to see why this chamber's so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? Oh boy, we're going in. These doors need some serious oil. Well, they haven't been opened in ages. Oh, that was like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, right, forgot about these super good ears of yours. Look, more feathers, but that right there. That bloody hair color cream thing. It's connected. It's the same looking tube. Or the same colors. Eek! What the heck is that? Oh. It's not the same shape, but it's the same branding. Is that a Tenmataro statue? But there's something odd about it. All I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kinda pale. You're not scared, are you? What of this thing? Don't make me laugh. Really? Hey, look. What? What is it? Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves on that rack. And one's missing. They kinda look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tematara carrying? Yeah. I bet our Tematara impersonator really did come in here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. Alright. Let's do the statue first. Whoa, that's one big statue. It must be something like 15 feet tall. Which is 38 meters. That's a tall boy. And look, this Temataro has a staff. But the Temataro in the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? Let's take a closer look. First, to go around this table here. Ah, Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it. Who knows what might be in there? I'm just imagining Spaceballs right now, how they shifted the statue and came out of the passage underneath the statue. Just a big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it in. Wait, there is something in here. Looks like some sort of figure, but it's so dusty I can't tell what it's supposed to be. It's a little goblin, bro. Wonder what it's doing here. Oh. Hey, there's a bunch of staves here and it looks like one's missing. The Temataro Jinxie saw must have taken it. I'd have to agree. Those look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. These look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe they're spares. Temataro might be, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has spare saves handy, well, it shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. Okay, the tube is very obvious from the get-go. What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. It is Je suis la belle hand cream. And the fact that there's no dust on it means that it hasn't been here for very long. Oh, it's hand cream! Let's see what brand it is. Je suis la belle? La belle? What the? No, we know this. We sus. But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? I guess so, but why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Temataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped this hand cream at that time. In other words, the Temataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than Florent LaBelle. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. All we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma. Alrighty. Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the fox chamber. Oh, I thought they looked brown. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe the Tematari costume was hidden in here. I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. When did the killer get in here? The man snatched the forbidden chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Wow, this is one tough riddle. Right. Yeah, what about the scroll? Looks like an old scroll and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe, with the staff. A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, I think. Oh look, there's some yellow things strapped to his back. It's gold. Whoa, it's turning into Tenmataro. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Tenmataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. It's a gravestone or something. It reads, here lies Tenmataro, age 80. Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone. Bruh. Is it really just an old guy that was called Tenmataro? And he choked on a chicken bone? Say it ain't so! How was that again? Hang on. That's a Jim Carrey quote. I need to listen to it. Why is it hard to find that? Dagnabbit. Anyway, I'm pretty sure he said that, and it's the way Jim Carrey says saying, say it ain't so! Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. It's your coping mechanism. I'm not scared. Freak out Central right here, baby. Cut it out, widget. Denial is strong in this one. It's a different one. A stone lantern. Like those Japanese garden lamps? Where's the switch? Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity, so there's no switch. Oh, here it is. What? It was hidden out of sight. I see Temataro's cell has been outfitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. This vent. Oh look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, and there's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads. Well, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. Oh, but we've got to check it though. Guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Tenmataro. Alright. Our research here. Yes, okay, it's telling me that I've gotten everything. That is good to know. Maybe we can ask Filch about the little goblin boy. Okay, so I guess we close the door each time we're going in and out of it. Felch is probably here. It's the curse! The curse! The curse of Temataro! Eek! He stole Midget! You outsiders are annoying them superstitions at your own peril! Mind your own business, will you? Oh, wait, does this mean that Widget will then read his thoughts? Ah! And he took the bracelet again. Youch, what's all this about a curse? Temataro's gonna curse us all, unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation, listen to what them superstitions say. Right, how about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine. You know better than to go around stealing other people's stuff like that. The same goes for my bracelet. So sorry, I promise I won't do it again. You almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget. The big jerk. I'm sorry. Oh, I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. Right, as long as we have him here, I guess we can ask him about what happened. Stealing. Can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal Widget. Yipes! Mercy! I can't keep to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. Oh. None other than me, Azuki Kozo, robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. I didn't leave one of these figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson because he was my grandpappy. Well, you don't say. Thieves' honor, it's the honest truth. The sloshing sound of Azuki beans scrapping together in the dead of night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money, giver outer of wealth, reborn! Forget the money, you should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second, this figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Hey, what are you doing with that there figure? Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it had been there practically forever. Could mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that is the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that though. Your grandfather didn't by chance already steal it, did he? Seeing how there was one of his figures in there, that just might be. That's Grandpappy for you. Bet he washed that treasure right up real good before handing out to the poor. Oh, of course, because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tembatara near the scene of the crime.
Sorry I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. The people of Nine Tails Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tematara. Darn right! Them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan on staying here in Nine Tails Vale? Yep, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like Grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rule book to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in these old wives' tales? And you'd be listening to a word I said? I'm going to do exactly what them superstitions say. Well, I can say that's a baloney. He would need to depart from the village to be able to keep his soul.
Take that!
It's clearly written right here, ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. Ah! So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Nine Tails Vale. And if you really believe in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. Wah! I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yapes! You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Tematara? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tematara. Said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you. Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid girl. It was on account of that rumor, the one about her being possessed. That rumor again. I guess you really do have to talk to Maritana about the possession rumor. Ouch, hey, watch it. Village superstition stolen by Phineas Filch. I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Was that all you wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Okay, I guess we don't need that right now. Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tematara one more time. It does seem kind of weird how I'm losing pieces of evidence as I go, because all the previous times you've kept it all in the court record. I was thinking about dealing with that yokai again, makes me want to say, pass! Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll have to work. Yeah, we're doing the possession bit, and then I guess we'll talk to Jinxie again. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, your malevolence. Why are you speaking like that? Oh man, Tenma, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So, what can I do for you today? We'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene well under a demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Huh? Ka-ka-ka! No matches this warding charm for me. Ah, the charm. Timotara's back. These foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings. His hand, why his hands like that? It's creepy. Ah, blew it. That question brought that yokai back, and he probably won't drop the action until Jinxie's name is cleared either. We'd like to ask you something about your aide Florent LaBelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Timotaro, demon lord of the yokai, protect a mere mortal? Caw, 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 caw. No affections do I possess for your race of humans. Please, we already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name. But I've already told you, I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get any more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant the yokai evidence. Hey Apollo, I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain that whole possession thing. Knock yourself out then. Wow, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. Real story then. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism, you mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she is exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job in Nine Towers Vale? When the child visited last, she did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on the conscious level. So then, the Timotaro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look! Timotaro's spirit! It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you. Feathers and tracks. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt. I knew it! You suspect Florent is behind all this. But why? Did he really want Nine Towers Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Timotaro for a spell. Ah, could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Timotaro. That's crazy. They're saying that yokai is real. Whatever the case, Timotaro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It says the superstitions warn you must not gaze upon him nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenmataro thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, your malevolence. Ah, an offering to the Demon King. You may place it right here. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Caw, 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 caw. Yes, your malevolence, I remember that. How long is he planning to keep this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Fetchimatema, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next, now that we know the truth? We won't be able to claim that the Tenmataro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. But the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? Alright. Here we go again. Okay. It's gone purple now. It was bluer before. The clown keeps changing his hair color. Okay, now let's practice that again. Now, Filchy, from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the fire at the time of the crime. And when we heard a scream, heck, what was the next part again? You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 30th time, you know. Now, 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? What do you think, Apollo? I ain't got out for this. Whoopsie daisy. Ow. Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just all this practice, yeah. Unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch from LaBelle's wallet just now? He must have. So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? You peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? A confession to being the Tenmataro imposter would be nice right about now. Taro's true identity. Mr. Filch filled me in on the conversation you two had about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. Filchy, you fool! I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the man. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenmataro. Interesting, but where are you going with this? Since you asked so politely. Also, so get up reminds me of a bit more flamboyant red white. That's the vibe I get too, at least the color palette, and that reminds me of him. I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason will be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenmataro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenmataro? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told me Tenmataro was a jinx. Temotaro was a jinx, so why would he? Yeah. I said Temotaro was jinxy, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 times more times. Yipes. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. Oh, I'll be waiting with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you, my precious little Florent Labelle. Filching, wake up, you lazy bones. Oh, what? Was I sleeping? Oh. Must have been that sweet clone of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Ah, right up the schnozzler. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, please. Nothing, anything but another lesson. There they go. Missed our chance to get the truth out of you. Yeah, but we'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We'd better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over in Yoko Line shopping for more charms. Alright. Jinxie. Oh, Jinxie, what a pity they don't understand. A cursed nine-tailed fox! The time is nigh for something. My God, just professed over time, and last vengeance will be mine! Grr, grr. Okay, the time for something, the score is nigh. She must be possessed, sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Psst, Jinxie. Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. Ah, my charms must have fallen off again. Hey, guess I can avoid a charm slap by turning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah, which one? Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Temotaro. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Oh, right. For the municipal merger issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. Insomniac prosecutor, alright. I'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting, it was just a spirited debate. It's what we lawyers act. Fighting. No fighting. Ah, charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. What you remember. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Eek, like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. Eek! When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in the fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. I knew it. She's holding something back.
Let's do this thing. Lowering gun, activate. Is it her finger? Her finger was wobbling. I don't know if that would be it.
Gotcha!
That there. You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know, because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Huh? Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else? How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. What do you remember? Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little bit more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman QB." What? So possibly he feels responsible for it. He said, what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime? But I didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is the Lord's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right, just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? That is a good question. That is thinking of like, okay, well, he felt guilty for it. And so he thinks his actions led to the mayor getting killed. Because he probably tried to go against the blackmail letter. Oh, which the bell got rid of. He probably tried to go against the blackmail letter by trying to get the alderman to help him, and that's when LaBelle ended up killing the alderman. So he feels responsible for it. Could he really have been dreaming, or simply delirious? Who knows? But I sure feel like I'm living in a living nightmare right now. Oh, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie has been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman QB and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. But the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. A mystery person must have then fled the Fox Chamber when it was opened. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma Taro. But Papa and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but is far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? He hid in the forbidden chamber. Well, we know this by now. Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo, we have to take down the dirty, rotten Tembataro Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with a legal exorcism, justice style. Well, let's do this then. We're in court now. The 19th of April, 9:30 in the morning, District Court. Yep. Courtroom number 4. Let's do this. I got my head wrapped around things pretty well, I feel like, so we should be good. Unless they throw curveballs at me.
Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma.
Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, assistant defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Just replay.
As cheap as ever, I see, and in French no less. And the prosecution?
He's in chains again.
Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it.
Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackwell played him. That was one mean game of Simon Says. Yeah, His Honor has to fight to defend his honor today.
You're bold.
Silence, and then it was a little bit raspy. Your boldness. It's plain to see you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. Yeah, bold. Also, I really like the attention to detail with the models, that when the shackles aren't broken, they stay attached, even though he's doing some of the same actions that he would have otherwise.
I have. I don't know if I'd say that.
Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement.
That was the look of one who...
That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you've been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court. The one thing you could not possess.
The crown jewels of the court?
Now, at long last, they are within your grasp.
How could you possibly refuse? Oh, I see, don't mind if I do it then.
I'll make a special exception just this once. Here we go again. My, how could I resist you? Yep, more of Blackwell's mind games.
Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. I will completely bungle it, because my prosecutor is not doing his job. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Alderman Rex QB, was the amazing Ninetales. We also heard that the amazing Ninetales was a key figure in the yokai craze and at the anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex QB's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light. And the only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party. A further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the rule. Okay. We must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Eek, did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh, one more thing to boast about to my grandchild. You know how it is. Well, this is not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, doesn't it demand some sort of explanation? The feathers in tracks, weren't those left by the mayor while he was possessed? It was but an act to protect his daughter. Oh, yes, of course. I suspected as much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid. Jinxie Tenma.
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony then? For I am ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Temataro farce. Witness testimony, or Betty means Filch and that creep LaBelle. Very well then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Indeed, it's Filch. Of course it is. Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it doesn't happen again today. I've been known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid. Bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed, you managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs to see. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Yipes. Perhaps we could shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. Yipes, no, please, I'm liable to rip my head. I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement, now. Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. He may beat a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackquill. Yeah, Blackquill doesn't strike me as a give-up easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. The yokai is Jinxie. Temataro's really that little maid gal, ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Temataro I saw is just a little thing about her size. But the little run of the big old staff, I seen her when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after something on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation, I just know it. Okay, but she didn't have the key. So, Temataro is short in stature, and that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along? You betcha, besides, all the rest in the manor were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Temataro impersonator was walking on their knees? Weren't no knee walking, I seen him myself. Then perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. All monsters are naught but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap parlor variety. So you're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things? Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghostly things he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Ho ho ho, Prosecutor Blackwood just gave up the ghost. Literally. The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are, no doubt, partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. Actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright, here we go. Press everything. I'm fairly certain we'll bring up the key as the only one to be able to open the forbidden chamber, but let's see. Oh, and we did fully refill from last time, that's good.
Hold it!
Mr. Filch, you and Mr. LaBelle mentioned something about practice yesterday. Do you deny this so-called lesson was about what you were supposed to say in court? No, you got it all wrong. Then could you tell the court exactly what sort of lesson it was? Oh, it was, what was it again? Yikes, I now remember math, you know, numbers and stuff. He's completely under Blackwell's control, too. Anyway, that Matara was that little maid gal, so what's the difference? That's the little thing about her size. I'm taking you got a good look at how tall the Matara impersonator was. You betcha! Got a habit of sizing people up. I can even give you a primer on how to pull it off. All under the table, Natch. I got a knack for figuring out where people's pockets are and how much money they have. I size them real good before I relieve them of their valuables. He doesn't mean to being a pickpocket right here in court. Does the witness hold that this Matara entered the foyer? Darn right I do.
Hold it!
Oh well, you're not going to brush it all off by claiming the perp was short. Also, yeah, we don't have the staff in the court record, which is kind of odd. I thought we would have had it in there for the location of where it was. Must have hit a raw nerve because you ain't that tall yourself. Look, he's talking, mister. I've got to stand on a box just to testify. Oh, he does. Anyway, Mr. Filch, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say the Matara you saw had a staff? Cross my heart, hope to die. I know, because it went a jingle and a jangle, and we want to go home. Do. A bingo, bango, bongo, bingo, bango. No, it's not home. And where do you suppose that staff came from? The staff, you say? Well, bet you she stole it from the forbidden chamber after something on the cross. I suppose you mean to say the Jinxie Tenma entered the forbidden chamber to get one. Well, I ain't never seen a staff like that in the manor, so it had to be the forbidden chamber. Oh really, the stench of LaBelle is thick in the air today. Jinxie entered the forbidden chamber after the incident. And then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Matara. Is this what Filch is trying to say? Could Jinxie have even entered the forbidden chamber if she wanted to? No. There is one thing I've been wondering about. Why did that yokai have a staff in the first place? Well, I've got my hunches about that. Wallop me on account of my fierce reputation, I just know it. Wallop you? Why would the so-called yokai want to do that? That little May girl never did like me. She always hightails her when I come round, or she sticks those weird papers on my noggin. She probably thinks of him as the dreaded tanuki monster of QB Manor or something. Need to prove Jinxie isn't Matara, yeah, but I've no idea if we're gonna do that. All we have to do is prove it was impossible for Jinxie to turn into Matara. And that might be easier than you think. Really? No, it's a chance. A chance to expose the real Matara for all to see, alright. I like pressing them all because you get the information
but I'm pretty sure it's this one. Fairly confident. Because the key's the only one.
Objection!
It would seem that Temotaro was, in fact, not this innocent little girl. Huh? How do you figure that? You claim the Temotaro you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber. But it would have been impossible for Miss Temma to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Temma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Temotaro seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma.
What?
Let's go.
But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Temotaro?
A Temotaro impersonator is none other than Mayor Temma's aide. Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can.
Very well, let's see where the defense goes with this.
Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true identity of Temotaro impersonator.
Take that!
We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber. And we know that whoever was Temotaro took one of the staves out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for.
But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner?
I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to.
Interesting. So you expect to find the yokai's fingerprints there? Very well. I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results.
No need for that, Your Boldness. We have the prints of everyone at the manor that day. You're cold, Prosecutor Blackwell? Wow, he hasn't on call. Just whistle and his horse comes. Could anyone be more whipped? Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command.
Very well then. I guess we'll just wait right here.
It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete.
What do the results show?
What in the world? They're Florent LaBelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd! Oh, his hand's clipping into the cuff a bit. Prosecutor Blackwell, I'm not going to like this, am I?
Don't tell me. They're Temotaro's prints.
Fingerprint analysis revealed that the prints belong to Phineas Filch. It's all a ploy. Dag nabbit. Florence really trying not to get caught here.
Objection!
Wait, what? What? Then Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber?
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki. Explain yourself now. She's assured that them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. LaBelle after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber? So what if I did? I got a problem with it?
Yipes! You fool of a tanuki! Order, order. Mr. Justice, can you explain what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber. Wait a second. Does this mean the Tenmataro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Yipes, another cat out of the bag. Mr. Filch is Tenmataro? I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself at this instant. I'm begging your pardon, your ownership, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Tenmataro in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Nine Tails Vale Festival? So that was you inside the Tenmataro costume? Yep, and after the event I went to watch the pro wrestling game. But it brought me to tears on account of the whistles being complete jobbers. So you didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match? That's when I looked at the Tenmataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. And because of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. Oh, shouldn't that be villagers, not villagers? A little typo, you don't see that very often. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Because of the treasure there! So I thought that was my big chance to sneak in and nab it. Treasure? Only that is the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. I went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it. Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. I could through the air vent in the foyer. The vent's left of the old man's picture. I went on in and made a nice little hole. You said to get into there, Dr. Lease of the Forbidden Chamber, I did. You what? But how's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember the air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. What the heck is this story right now? And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent? So Tenmataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather, a tanuki burglar. And we're back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called Joker is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point. And where is that costume now? Heck, if I know, it ain't my fault if you never find them. And the police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? Ah! No way. Maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? Out the window on the cliffside.
Take that!
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. Hi, back.
I'm still Callum. So why would I go do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question will be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of the Temlatara costume through the window. Really? That's what it was showing before. I can't think of how the others would show that.
Take that!
Ah, that's Temmatara flying through the sky. And just how does that prove Miss Fitch threw his costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Temmatara in the photo, it's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. Oh, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are you? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Temmatara really was a flight of fancy. What? Yikes. Oh my. So that it really never was a yokai. Oh, I can't keep any of them cats' bags. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai side. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? None whatsoever. I'll deal with that Trixie Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it. Got going. Now all we have to do is make fire at the bell. Take the stand.
Objection!
So sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Huh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what of the feathers and tracks of the scene of the crime? They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside, so what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Okay, I kind of see where this is going. Let's see if I'm right. He was in there to steal the treasure, and it just so happened to be the same night that LaBelle killed the alderman. LaBelle went to open the chamber to free Temmataro, but found Filch in there. And we have evidence of the treasure not being there because of this figure. Maybe they both wanted the treasure. Someone on the outside opened the door for you, isn't that right? Yeah, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open. Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like other reflection from my head, blind fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. Bold jokes. And that's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime was discovered. But wait. We still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox chamber.
Objection!
Well, you little tanuki. When the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused pass out there? No, only one there was the alderman. He was dead as a doornail. If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to? Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going.
Ah, don't tell me.
Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused Damien Tenma. Oh, that's actually gotten pretty noisy with some of the holders and them. Wait a second. There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Tenma there.
Really? And who might that be?
Oh, well, that would be...
Objection!
It seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details.
Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without some sort of... It's a proven fact.
Okay, that's a mouthful. Sorry, I guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand, someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber, and by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up.
Ah, not that insufferable. Very well, the court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say.
Whose alibi no longer adds up? Well, we know it's Florent. We'll get him on the stand, finally.
Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent LaBelle. Didn't he claim to be in the fire at the time of the crime?
True, but in his alibi he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the fire too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. LaBelle at the time. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has disappeared. Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here neither. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber, and in return he said he'd vouch for each other's alibi.
Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know,
and yet no one goes to jail for it here. Oh, shucks. Mercy, Your Honourship, mercy. Ah! I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. The music is hype.
I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself.
Yes. We're finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand.
In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations.
Oh, we've got a bit in the waiting room. 25 past 10 on the 19th. We did it, Apollo! We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court. Yeah. Hey, why the long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Black was bound to mount a counterattack. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened up the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent LaBelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo. Alright. Let's do this. I feel like this is gonna be near the end of the case unless there's some big shenaniganry that goes on that causes this to go on for the third day. His hair's green now!
Court is back in session. Our next witness is...
Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter.
It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment.
Surely, you jester. I will hold you to your promise. Remember that. Oh, my dearest apologies. Yeah, why so serious? If he says about getting what he deserves. This is Florent Labelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma, or should I say, the accused. Ouch, like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Oh, I need to get some more water too. I realise this has like got the tiniest bit in the bottom. Well, what business do you have with me? I will get some more water then. Dawn Voices is thirsty work. I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Your boldness.
Oh, right. Mr. Fletcher's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi.
Well, I don't think I noticed this before. My microphone seems to be at a funky angle. It seems to be angled towards me a little bit, and it's throwing me off for where I like, if it needs to be up a little bit. Maybe it was knocked or something. Anyway, it's still working.
And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand.
Yeah, the Yoko moved it exactly. You think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair? Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realise what a serious crime you've committed?
Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air.
Fine. The truth is I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry! He even waves like a puff. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Puffed peasant! How dare you accuse me? Hold on, I wanted to read the rest of that. How, peasant! How dare you accuse me, one of the beautiful people, of being... Stop smalling and tell the court what you were doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death, and the fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly heart. The battlefield hath no place for ye. Again? Oh my.
Spare me, please! He broke the harder shackles! What a madman!
So much for sturdier shackles. Ah! Those chains hinder my vow that the heads will roll this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused's death knell? You know of what I speak.
Most certainly! His goose is already cooked! Time to stick a fork in him!
Whatever he has to say can't be good.
As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox Chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream.
What?
Then, drumroll please, I saw Madame opening the forbidden chamber doors.
But there you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door is witnessed by one Phineas Filch. He's been clownified. The court's been clownified. It was the accused, so there was never any third party. Filch exposed. Yeah, I know, he has been.
Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime.
Startling sounds bad.
The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie, I killed the alderman.
Of course.
That's right, the mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there.
He literally is the Joker. How can he not be with that hair, especially the outfit, the attitude and everything?
He confessed? Order in the court. This is quite conclusive testimony for starts.
Just so.
Oh no!
The doubled up sound alerts just make them so much better, don't they? Just so. And quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess.
I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way, I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess.
But is this really true? Did Mayor Timmer really confess?
It is indeed. During our last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Timmer actually did confess.
That testimony is quite favourable to the prosecution's.
This is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's conviction gala.
Bruh.
A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense.
Well, as it seems our witness is very busy. Man, let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime.
Okay. What LaBelle saw.
I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. Wallaby, bats.
I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime.
Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter.
You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court.
Once again, sorry. It's just I fear being accused if I mention coming upon that most unpleasant scene.
Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy?
You better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty.
As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield, a time to live and a time to die.
He's laying it on real thick now.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Alright, let's press everything to start with.
Hold it!
You claim that the mayor confessed to his daughter. Are you sure about that? Peasant! You wouldn't dare ask such a question if you truly understood. True beauty is never wrong.
It's not.
No, beauty is carved deep in the DNA. That means I'm programmed to always be right, even when I'm wrong.
I'm not following.
These exquisite ears like flowers abloom. These eyes that shine like pearls. This hair like the finest silk. Nothing can corrupt the truth they hold.
Right.
The witness will hurry up and explain this truth of his. Specifically, what did Jinxie tell him to do upon hearing the confession?
Hold it!
How did Miss Emma appear to you? Oh, the poor little thing seemed positively heartbroken, all teary-eyed and whatnot. I couldn't help but shed a few tears myself after seeing her like that. You actually sympathise with Jinxie? Seems like an overly human emotion for him.
Yeah, because he's the only real monster we've seen so far, in looks and in character.
The next thing I did was check my face in the mirror.
Checked your face, why?
To behold the beauty that is my sadness. Why else? Apollo, I'm starting to lose all faith in humanity.
I know the feeling, but hang in there. Let's keep faith in our client.
Let's keep this moving, shall we?
Hold it!
You have him in the forbidden chamber, but why would he do that?
Who knows? Maybe he wanted to free the demon, Temmataro.
Objection!
And the courtroom is no place for fairy tales. Remember, you are under oath.
Hello, LaBelle speaking. Yes, I will certainly explore the matter. Toodles.
Now, where were we again? You're going to tell us the real reason why the mayor opened the Forbidden Chamber. Oh yes, of course. Hello, this is the bell. Ah ha ha ha, good one, sir. You're an absolute riot. Okay, bye. You were saying? Never mind. This is a waste of time. He's just going to tell more lies.
The witness will focus on his testimony, not his phone calls. Now, tell the court what you did after you saw the mayor open the Forbidden Chamber.
Well, after that...
Hold it!
What was Mr. Filch like at the time? He was shouting, I can't see, I can't see! It's the curse of Temmataro! Foreshadowing. Then he took off running like a madman. He must have been blinded by the sudden light flooding in. Wrong. What? He set eyes upon me and was thus blinded by my radiant beauty. So it was the curse of Florent the Bell rather than Temmataro? Yes, I'm afraid such beauty can be a curse. It's almost criminal. The only thing criminal here is your ceaseless jabbering. Now get on with your testimony. Oh, forgive me your darkness. Let's see. Oh yes, I fled for dear life from Temmataro and... Okay.
Hold it!
So after you fled into the hallway with the phone at the end, Temmataro ran off toward the foyer? Precisely. Notice any inconsistencies, Apollo? Well, Jinxie also saw Temmataro, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made that call to the police. Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where that phone is... Oh yeah, that was the thing. She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made the call to the police. Jinxie would have seen him when she was returning from making her call. Oh, right. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right. It just doesn't make any sense. Time to review the evidence, yeah. If anyone finds some way to poke a hole in his testimony, Mayor Tem is as good as guilty. This is bad, very bad. We need to find an inconsistency, mistake, some kind of conflict. Yes, I know. That's what everything is about in this game. It's all over if we can't find a flaw in the prosecution's case, yeah. So this should be the one that we're presenting evidence to. If we present her testimony to her statement.
Objection!
Yeah. They did have plenty of clues as well, but I was thinking that before. Florent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. Ah ha ha ha! What on earth do you mean?
Yes, care to fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice?
If Mr. LaBelle had really fled down into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. Was this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon, yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Temmataro costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled, he had feigning escape from the yokai imposter.
Why yes, the two would have crossed paths.
Right, except Miss Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there.
He sprayed himself. Ah, my eyes, my beautiful eyes. Ha, not such a fabulous scent now, is it? He sprayed himself.
But Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from a pool, then where was he when he heard it?
Inside the Fox chamber, where else?
But isn't that within the very crime scene?
It is, Your Honor. And that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you!
Silence.
Foolish fop. Silence. Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes not before a foe with the sword of truth bared. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume. He's sweating! He's sweating! Let's see the colour come out of his hair. We will de-jokify him. Those lines go on hard from Blackwell, yeah. Whoa, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the man's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? I love him. Oh, just outright calling him names. For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you're right there in the Fox chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be? Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You're meant to being there in the Fox chamber? I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. Bruh. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. You better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course, I was just about to get to that.
The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime that doesn't get punished here. Now, let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies.
In the Fox chamber. I did enter the Fox chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there but merely watching from behind the screen.
From behind the screen? Why, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. So how
did we end up coming across him in the chair still? Like, did he sit back down? According to LaBelle. It's just so. He could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki filch. Suffice to say, it was a mere witness to the events rather than an actual third party. This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? Well, he was in the Vox chamber, so at least that much must be true.
The defense may cross-examine a slightly voyeuristic witness.
Oh, Judge, you're even joining in. Voyeuristic, eh?
in the Fox Chamber.
Hold it!
Why in the world would you enter that grisly crime scene? Why? Because I was worried sick. My attempt was suited. It what? It was designed personally by me. I was worried my work of art might get blood on it. Bruh. This man clearly has his priorities in order. Okay, let's get this over with, shall we? Now, where was I? Oh yes, so I entered the Fox Chamber almost without thinking.
Hold it!
Why didn't you enter right away? And ruin my designer shoes? Your shoes. Even now, just thinking about getting blood on my fabulous footwear. It sends chills down my spine, and that's why I hesitated.
Objection!
That's terrible. A man was dying and another injured, and you're worried about your shoes?
Silence!
Need I remind you, this is a court of law. We are not teaching morality here. We have schools of etiquette and the like for such trivial pursuits. Yeah. Now, you listen to me, you deceptive dandy, and get to the point and be quick about it. Yes, well, I was there in the Fox Chamber, but... The text is on fast, isn't it? And this wait time won't make that 2 seconds for the ones if that's quicker when it's going automatically. Is there a text speed thing, or maybe I'm thinking of Pokemon? Yeah, well.
Hold it!
Well, wait a second. Why did you hide yourself? Oh my, so you do understand. I do. By hiding, I was concealing my fabulous beauty, which, for the sake of the universe, is something I should never ever do. That's what you were thinking, right? I'm sensing a black hole of egocentricity forming around the witness stand. We can deliberate his mental process another time. Get on with the testimony. Now. Well, regarding the murder scene, okay.
Hold it!
Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask you about is, okay. The feathers and tracks. Let's try that. What do you remember about the yokai feathers and tracks? They resulted when Tematara exited the Forbidden Chamber. He came out in quite a rush, scattering feathers this way and that. Did you immediately know it was Mr. Filch? I did, and that's why I suggested we cook up our alibis together. And how did those practice sessions go? They were nearly the death of me. Filch has to be the worst student ever. He really doesn't think he's done anything wrong, does he? What, Mr. Justice, do you consider a statement to be of any importance? Yeah, okay. We can change the statement, right? A request to be added to the testimony. Weren't there before the chamber was opened.
Hold it!
They were left there by Mr. Filch, weren't they?
they were indeed. It was quite a shock when I saw that yokai. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been to see this face emerging from the darkness. Okay, so it's not even reality TV grade handsome. Can we move on now? Apollo, you think that statement is important? I don't think there's anything particularly unusual there, so let's keep going. Okay. Let's press this last one and then we can change the statement that's there. The man had been knocked out by a blow to the head. Could he really have opened the forbidden chamber in that state? Well, it did seem difficult. He was all woozy and stumbling around when he opened it. It said he was drugged as well. Where was that? Victim had been in drug-induced slumber, and then he was also drugged. Where did it say about that again? I don't know. Maybe it's one of the evidences that we had that it seems to think we don't need anymore. It was such a heroic effort that I nearly started to cheer him on despite myself. I think the man needed medical attention more than a cheerleader. I think he's telling the truth about being in that room. Well, I believe he was there. Question is, when did he enter? You mean, did he enter after Jinxie fled? Or was he there before the murder? If it's the latter, we could change everything. Right. Yeah, I know. Okay. Let me see what other things... Yeah, I know. We got to change that statement to one that will get it. Nothing quite as obvious as that one.
Hold it!
Okay. So... let's try going to the Forbidden Chamber. Please describe the Forbidden Chamber at the time. It was shut tight until the mayor opened it. He's really trying to stress that it was the mayor who opened the Forbidden Chamber. Just that big liar, he opened it himself. Well, if looks could kill, LaBelle would be toast. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider this statement to be of any importance? Do we have anything for... that? So... this picture was after the mayor opened it, theoretically, and then it was shut again.
Hold it!
Let's press it. Lying about the mayor opening the Forbidden Chamber, aren't you? In a sense, yes, it could be seen as a lie. From a certain point of view, yeah, I know that. Wait, so you admit it? In this world riddled with deceit, my beauty is the only self-evident truth. That is to say, all else except me is but fiction and lies. The nerve of this guy. His testimony is riddled with lies. Looks like I won't be able to get anything else out of this statement. Okay, so it's a murder weapon. Let's see what the murder weapon one says. Can you describe the state of the weapons that have been used at the scene? The spear had been dug all the way through Alderman Cuby. That's not what that looks like. Then there was that statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Alright, the statue. But why would he find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Ah ha ha ha! Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the merger had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. Okay, we'll get him on this. Break the statue next to a bloody corpse. Real inspiring. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider this any importance? Yes. Because he would have seen the statue when it was whole and it was broken off. Extremely important, yep. So, I'm gonna go with that one. That makes sense. The others are a bit like, okay, he could not be caught in a lie exactly. So let's present the statue there.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said this statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Something the matter? So, how did you really know that this statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Dunno, explain yourself, and make it quick. The statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. Well, so it clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. Heap! The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Miss LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this: you saw the statue in its original form right there in the room when the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you!
Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness with some sort of crime?
Yes, I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Cuby. Ah!
Order! Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
How could you possibly accuse me of the embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo! This is the conclusive evidence we needed! Magnifico! We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman. Now admit it.
Silence!
Enough of your silly games, Justice Dunno. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi is already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence!
What? Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman. Ergo. Does say Jinxie is now the only one who knows what it looks like. Yeah, yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman Cuby told me about it. But what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence!
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present on the scene of the crime. It has? Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scam statement, if you will, when Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox chamber. She saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else. Oh, dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florence LaBelle could not possibly have been locked in that room. No! I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen the bell? The brief is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your boldness?
It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection! Silence.
He just says silence. Silence, I kill you. You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Donald. But your boldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. The double sweating. Oh. It is high time you brought down the hammer of justice.
Point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict.
The court finds the defendant Damien Tenma. This has got to be scripted interruption. Yeah. You can tell. Caw. It would seem that my time is at hand. But Mayor Tenma. Counselor, there is a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now only for your good graces. Good counselor? Oh, right, he must mean me. Has he finally remembered what happened before that blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there. Seize him. It's no good. I can't restrain him. Caw. Know me in despair. For I am Tenma Taro, demon lord of the yokai.
Mr. Justice, do something.
Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai.
When did you put it that way? Still, I believe testimony by yokai is unprecedented in the legal world.
Unprecedented in absurdity, more like.
Alright then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Tenma Taro, your testimony please.
I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them once you shall. Caw. Oh boy. This is going a little longer than I expected. But also, you never know how long these are gonna go. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side, I, Tenma Taro, ruler of demon kind. Oh yeah, it's ramping up. And on the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox.
So is the defendant saying that the room he was in was very dark at the time?
Strange as it may be, yes indeed, all was in darkness. And the part about Tenma Taro and the nine-tailed fox being there? Yes, that too. Tenma Taro towered overhead and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. I call animal beast, Your Honor.
It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted.
Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if half-dreamt that happening lingers in his mind. Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. as it's an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope your findings don't come back to haunt us again. Alright. Let's see what's happening here. Sad, okay. 2 yokai did appear. Surprise, okay. One side okay. And on the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. Why was he happy about that? That's it, right? Why is he happy about his mortal enemy being there? Sounds like the mayor saw the same thing as what's shown on that scroll. What's with those Tenmas and their yokai vision? I think it's sweet how father and daughter can share something like that. I don't think a shared nightmare really qualifies as sweet. Anyway, all I need to do is point out an unnatural reaction like last time. Right. Look at places where an emotion conflicts with the testimony. Yeah, I know. Alright. This is the part I was worried or not sure about. Oh, I forgot I have to press a different button to select it. Hang on. I need to pinpoint and then click it. When the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence. And then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket. A creaking door? Oh, you must be talking about the forbidden chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. And this means the forbidden chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Tematara towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the fox chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? Alright. Just in case. The forbidden chamber has to be the only place. Or the air duct! No, we could see in the forbidden chamber when we went in there, but the air duct.
Take that!
That wasn't it. Okay. Maybe it's a forbidden chamber when the doors close. Still. I was being forgiving here. Okay. Forbidden chamber. The forbidden chamber? Was it not the fox chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you're in the forbidden chamber. The terrible creaking sound was probably the forbidden chamber's door opening. And the towering Tematara you saw? Most likely the forbidden chamber's statue. Why, yes, that would explain it. That makes sense to you. The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp. But even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and an imaginary yokai. Fantastico! Apollo, it's entirely possible. Also possible is the blonde turned into nine-tailed fox. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. Ah, I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was... yeah. The amazing Nine-Tails. Well, what? The amazing Nine-Tails? At first, this was but a dream, I thought. Now, however, most clearly do I recall it. 'Twas the amazing Nine Tails that did open the Forbidden Chamber's door. 60%. Okay. I'm sorry I asked. The amazing Nine Tails? But that was the victim, Alderman QB, right? Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that, this is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update. Alright, I'm gonna go to the toilet again. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, we go. Oh, info update. Okay. Info update here. Okay, I'm not so sure about this one. Surprised and sad is probably fine. The happy from the light and the surprise makes sense. So in this case, why were you sad? I guess. Oh, I forgot to press Q first. Why have an enemy like that? Wasn't he supposed to the mayor's merger plan? Why was he sad at the end there?
Got it!
When the amazing Nine Tails opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but you didn't you also feel shock and sadness? Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind I do recollect something of that nature. I do believe it was the Fiend's Cape of Red. For when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness and it did inexplicably wash over me. A Cape of Red? Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed? What could this mean? I guess his memory's still a little spotty. I know this because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of these contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Yeah, so... the crimson cape, the red cape. Oh, it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look at contradictions. Here comes justice. Okay. The glossy?
Objection!
That makes sense. Let's go. You said the amazing Nine Tails cape is red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayor Tenma, does this cape look red to you? Oh, that certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the amazing Nine Tails is arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook that red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. What's red? So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the amazing nine tails. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know, could it have been... Mr. Mayor, was this the red thing you saw? Okay, I'm gonna save just in case of all this. Because what am I looking at here? That's what I was trying to think. What's red? That's not red. This is red. The only thing I can think of is the statue or the crime photo. The statue seems more likely.
Take that!
Foolish mortal, do you mock me? Whoa, sorry. I'm afraid I have no recollection of seeing. Okay, so that wasn't it. Leaving before I was trying. A polything is on this red and can produce a feeling of sadness. Okay. So the crime scene. That's the only other thing that has red in it that I could see. Something red that can produce a deep sadness. Yeah, that's it. Could it be, Mr. Temple, that you saw, what you saw was the alderman's blood? Blood? Why, yes, it was blood. Ah, no! Ah. It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape that I saw. It was lying behind the amazing nine tails, the alderman's bloody body. Eek! Wait. What? His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Florent could have been a wrestler. Or another masked wrestler. Does this mean the Amazing Nine Tails killed Alderman Chibi? But the Alderman was the Amazing Nine Tails, so how exactly would that work? Hey, I asked you first.
Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated.
True, but at the same time of the crime, my client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence!
Hi, don't you think this strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said naught about seeing the Amazing Nine Tails there. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? Means you didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then?
Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's?
Okay. Oh my goodness. Yes, I can. Let's try that. Yes, of course. I can explain it because if I don't, we're in serious trouble, yeah. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Donner. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. Hey, well, what about a good old-fashioned penalty?
Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders.
First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. No, that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation. So let's consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent Labella and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma?
A very good question indeed, and I suppose you have an answer for us?
Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken the bell for the mayor? Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that?
Well, how about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent Labella was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there.
What could have made her misremember it? LaBelle was disguised as Tenma. The figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent LaBelle disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence!
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unalike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, and they both do have incredibly distinctive faces.
Maybe the disguise completely hid his face? I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face.
And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it?
Alright.
Your thought is as dull as your mind, Justice Donner. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of?
I think I'll pass. Ah! Is he straight up dead? Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I?
Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your boldness, your verdict, if you will.
Alright. What's there left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says? When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. Or rather, she didn't tell anyone about the disguise. Maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. Arresters? Right, they've typoed again. This is twice in this stream. A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He never unmasked himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. Having your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's when their masks are more important to them than life itself. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others. Can't these facts turn things around? Okay. We got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake.
Your boldness, I see no need to further indulge them in their silly little farce. The defense has no proof they never did and they never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
I do have proof.
Do you now? Alright, but this better be good, Mr. Justice.
We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma Mr. LaBelle for her father? Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place? These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. I showed him a secret identity that would turn the entire premise of this case upside down. A piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity. I have to think about this for a minute. This is going on for a bit. This is interesting. A certain thief. There's nothing else I can say.
Take that!
Okay, that doesn't. So what is it? There's a masked wrestler thing there that looks very similar. I'm not sure what to present here. I haven't used the mask yet. Well, what absolute craptrack. Poppycock, Boulder Dash. We thought the Alderman was the Amazing Nine Tails and the Mayor was Tenma Taro. No, that makes so much more sense though, because he was blackmailed. But if he put on a persona, he'd be right. That's why we believe the Mayor killed the Alderman in his lust for Nine Tails Vale. And it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenma Taro at all. He was the Amazing Nine Tails. That shocked expression. What's this? You best explain yourself, Justice Dunno. And from where you derive such a far-fetched conclusion. And this music's great. It's hype. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the Amazing Nine Tails, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the Amazing Nine Tails she saw pass out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise. Oh, we're cooking.
Silence!
Accusing that deceitful dandy, utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. Little Scan would have seen the difference.
Objection!
Remember Miss Labella's very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence!
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection!
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the Amazing Nine Tails, she would never dare unmask him. This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. By all means, Miss Justice, answer it for us already. First, Miss LaBelle entered the room where the Mayor and Alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. And once the Alderman was out cold, that's when Miss LaBelle killed him. The anime still. Next, he took the Mayor, who he had also drugged into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the Mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the Amazing Nine Tails' mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. Ah, so then the person who said I killed Alderman Chibi was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The man never actually confessed.
Silence!
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and...
Objection!
No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Ah! Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the forbidden chamber so he could drag the mayor back out into the fox chamber. Oh, so the amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... Right, it was LaBelle opening the forbidden chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the forbidden chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Tematara disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the fox chamber.
I see, well, that all certainly does make sense.
And this took a totally different way than I thought it might end up. This is cool. And after dragging the mayor back into the fox chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence.
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the amazing Ninetales.
However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection!
The man was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the amazing Ninetales.
This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot.
No one except a killer as insane as his plot. And I'd say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies.
Foolish mortal, it is at your own peril that you forget who I am.
Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? Here he is. Ah ha ha ha! You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales.
Objection!
What do you mean? He's been sweating, he's back to his blonde hair. Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tenmataro right here and now. What?
Why, you would dare reveal the secret?
My good friend, the alderman, told me all about it. What, it wouldn't be good to expose the truth, what with the superstitions, and now would it? The truth behind Tenmataro, what's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say, I am the amazing Ninetales. I dare you. I'm actually quite like LaBelle as the villain here because he's manipulating everyone quite effectively.
Objection!
Wait. Will someone please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma would do anything to keep the truth behind Tenmataro a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth? Right. I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you he's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now! I know. We're in the last stretch, surely. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the Amazing Nine Tails is a cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the Amazing Nine Tails or not? The Amazing Nine Tails' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenma Taro right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Nine Tails Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the Amazing Nine Tails, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. Pretty good. Right, they bring back some of the older music, which is good, because I like to see that. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Alderman QB was the Amazing Nine Tails anyway. I mean, that's how Nine Tails Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. But I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is an Amazing Nine Tails, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle's going to expose the secret behind Tenma Taro. Ah, we are so close, I know it. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Alright. Amazing Nine Tails' true identity.
Hold it!
This whole case only makes sense if the mayor is the Amazing Nine Tails. I know he used his mask to recreate the illusion of a locked room murder.
Silence!
Nothing more than idle speculation. You've got no evidence now, have you?
Objection!
Mr. LaBelle knows what this statue originally looked like. That means he had to be in the Fox Chamber while it was still locked tight. Sorry, but I heard about the statue from Alderman QB. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Oh, but what's that? The Alderman's dead? Looks like the joke's on you, my sweaty little friend. Apollo, you mind if I wring his neck? Wait in line, because I'm going first. Temper. Anyway.
Hold it!
The only nonsense here in this court is you and your assertions. Tusk. Such anger is terrible for the skin, you know. Beauty is like a flower that blooms forth from a serene heart. Excuse me. I wouldn't expect a wilted peasant like you to understand. Perhaps this fragrance will help you blossom. Help the blossom within you bloom. You liked that, didn't you? I like doing his voice, it's fun. Enough jabbering about blossoms and whatnot. Get on with your testimony before I slice you into a bouquet of cut flowers. Oh dear, please excuse me. As I was saying, the assertion of our wilted attorney here is utter nonsense.
Hold it!
You'd be arrested, wouldn't you? Yes, it's true. I would be sacrificed upon the altar of justice despite my innocence. But what a terrible loss that would be for the future of humankind's cosmetic needs. It is a tragedy that must be averted. Defend me if you understand this.
Silence.
The only terrible loss is the time wasted by your ceaseless yammering. If you would avert the tragedy awaiting you and that vexing visage of yours, then... Yes, I know. Get on with my testimony. Anyhow, suffice to say, should the mayor admit to the defense's nonsense, I will make good on my threat and...
Hold it!
And just how did you learn of the so-called truth behind Tenmataro? Alderman Tubi told me all about it. Oh, lots of obstruction of justice here. The secret of the Forbidden Chamber and the truth behind Tenmataro. Why would he share secrets like that with you, Mr. LaBelle? Because of the Alderman's wife. I was looking after her while she was hospitalized. Well, that just got even creepier. He appreciated it so much, he shared the secrets with me. Wait, did he threaten the Alderman in addition to the mayor? Don't tell me that's how he learned how to open the Forbidden Chamber. Needless to say, I'm not above revealing the truth behind Tenmataro. Alright, just do it. Tell us the truth.
Hold it!
Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly! Telling others what Tenmataro looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And ruin coming to the village if you free him, is that a warning not to expose the truth? Bingo! And the truth is, Tenmataro is a great, greed-inspiring fortune. And that's what the whole battle over Nine Tails Vale is all about. Tenmataro is a great fortune, come to think of it. Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it, said there's an amazing treasure in there. Could Tenmataro actually be... Forbidden Chamber treasure? Telling the villagers that Tenmataro is a terrifying yokai is what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Well. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Yeah, Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmataro exists. Say which again? You can always clip it. That's why the secret must be protected. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Uh-huh. As long as Tenmataro exists. Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony. Alrighty then, we know what we're gonna do with this, aren't we?
Objection!
Mr. LaBelle, what if Tenmataro no longer existed?
Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmataro no longer existed... What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenmataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tenmataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure.
What do we have here? It looks like some sort of creature.
We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that the Tenmataro has been stolen? Yep, Phineas Future's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that hideous, moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less? You! No! My beautiful golden Tenmataro was... The greed inspired by Tenmataro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma?
The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone.
In fact, I now recall the old man revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenmataro. For he said to me the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Tenmataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenmataro is the yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetales Vale. That makes a lot of sense. Also, I don't know why that wasn't in the court record too. Oh. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetales Vale land that would become Tenmatown. The drive the villagers mad with greed did that great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became as a curse upon their village. A curse of ruin. Thus, it was that the yokai Tenmataro came to be. So, Tenmataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Tenmataro made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetales Vale, a thing so terrible that Tenmataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tenmatown would never seek to take over Ninetales Vale in a merger. Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tenmataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? No, don't do it! Please, no!
Begone, you demented demon!
Now, where was I?
The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is indeed me!
Man! Alright, let's go! And that means Jinxie! Yes?
The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapse at the Fox Chamber, was he wearing the Amazing Nine Tails' mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman QB that day, so it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it? It was Florence's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh, Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than the Bell scheme. Yet there's so many steps to this. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. Oh, that monster's deception is through. Caw, 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 caw. The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman QB, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasant! No!
Silence.
Justice Dunno. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? Oh, what's he gonna do? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind guesses, a dull blade, incapable of cutting even a cake. He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in the court of law. I thought we had the jury system to stop that. But... They're right. Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. Ah ha ha ha! This is the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now, present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Oh, crud. Do I have to do anything conclusive? We could be bold and do nope. Because all we need to do is prove that Mayor Tenma didn't kill Alderman QB. And I can't think of any decisive evidence with this. I don't think we have anything that can explicitly state it, so I'm going to go nope and see what happens. I can't think of anything. There has to be some kind of evidence I can present. Oh. Think of it. Let's try revealing the case again. Okay, that went a different way. I'm fine. She's right, I can't give up now. This whole thing would be for nothing. No, there has to be some conclusive evidence somewhere. Okay. Oh! What is this? Okay, let's review the facts. Buffoon! The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the Alderman was killed because he was the Amazing Nine Tails. But as we know now, of course, we were way off. And the Amazing Nine Tails is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why when his daughter Jinxie saw the Amazing Nine Tails collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime. But he didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. Does any of the evidence found outside the scene provide any clues? We've gone to a completely different UI.
hand cream. No, that's not it. The hand cream had to finish first, but only LaBelle uses it. We're going to play it indeed because Phil stole it from LaBelle. So I'm going to help us nab the real killer though. Maybe we should study the evidence again. Okay. A clue inside the mask? Oh, I know, the Amazing Nine Tails' mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does that mask hold? White hair. But that's why we thought that it was... What if we change the color of the hair? White hair in the mask. And what about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? Florent LaBelle? It would have to, right? The white hair is LaBelle's. We've gone to negative space. We've gone. Alright, the hair is Florent LaBelle's. Yes, now that's what I call conclusive evidence. We're brain blast indeed. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask? How is it conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to our Alderman Rex QB. Yes, but the Amazing Nine Tails is, as we know, is Mayor Tenma, so that is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I never had that hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white hair type, because he is busy being one ludicrously garish color or another.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Blackwell. It's you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember where this mask was found? It washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, he's not a natural blonde. This last piece of evidence will solve all the remaining riddles.
Take that!
That's... What is that? This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the Amazing Nine Tails' mask washed up along the side of the village river with white hair inside it. What's this? Are you saying that Preening Peacock's hair color is... That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to the river flowing through Nine Tails Vale, we now have a real-life expose. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it, Florent LaBelle, you were the one who killed Alderman Rex QB. You peasant! How dare you! Ah! You profane my beauty like a bug on something. I'm gonna inseminate you like I did Alderman. My makeup! Yes, freak out time. Let's go. Oh boy.
Hello, this is LaBelle. What? The project is off? This is LaBelle. The sponsors have pulled out. LaBelle speaking. I'm fired? You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? Hello, this is LaBelle. What? There's a stratospheric damages claim against me? $100 million? I'm finished! Wash up, stick a fork in me, I'm done! This is preposterous. I summon Blackwell defeated. Now he becomes the actual Joker, yes. 100%. Order in the court. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Ow, man, yeah. He's got the bags around, man. Wait, that was a compliment, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, what have you done with LaBelle? The defaced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Wouldn't they just wash even more of his makeup off? Good. And do it. Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenmataro. However, if you are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Ninetales Vale, LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Ninetales saw those plans come to a halt. And thus LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma. I see. But what I still can't comprehend is why would he go after the gold in the first place? Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who is in need of financial aid. Not even when he owes the company $1 million? No, $10 million, sorry. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such veracity. Too bad for him, someone else had gotten to it first anyway. Is it veracity or veracity? Oh, they are different. English. Voracity is an intense desire or eagerness for something or an excessive appetite, and veracity is the quality of being true, honest, or accurate. So yeah, I'd forgotten about that word difference because they're very similar. I see. Very well then. I believe it's time I declared a verdict. This court finds the defendant Damien Tenma. Let's go, not guilty! He still does his creepy hand thing. Court is adjourned. The 19th of April, 23 minutes past 1 in the evening. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Well, that was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming.
Ding dong! Ding dong!
Ding dong! Wake up, Lock-On. I just got lucky, I guess. You banished Tenma Taro from Ninetales Vale like you were some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? He could have set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman, then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too, but I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the Amazing Ninetales' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the Amazing Ninetales. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murder, the rest's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the Amazing Ninetales was just killed, he'd die a hero, but if he was proven a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then when the merger was complete and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. What an insanely intricate plot! I love the complexity of that, let's be honest. It's just so twisty freshness, especially in that last part. A most excellent job clearing my name. I feel worthy of the Demon Lord's approval. Why are you acting like Tenma Taro again? Let this be of no concern to you. How could it not concern me? Tenma Taro, be gone! Yeah. Jinxie, seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you. Papa, you're finally back! Yes, it would seem Tenma Taro is no match for you. Ha ha ha. I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Your father's a free man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling? This is all thanks to you two. Oh, too bad the Amazing Ninetales will have to retire though. Oh, how come? Once everyone hears I'm the Amazing Ninetales, my fan base will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people, another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue. Hee, I think you've misjudged yourself. Take a look outside. So, now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathering outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma, the man behind the mask. And to root for your return to the wrestling ring. Rooting for me? But I thought that I was nothing more than a malefactor in their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa. Jinxie. Here, I think you'll be needing this. The mask. Right?
Take that!
Thank you. Now, if you would excuse me. I don't want to keep my fans waiting! Yeah, let's go!
Ninetales Vale forever!
What a transition! He's a master at changing into his wrestling outfit. Hell yeah, let's go! I sure hope they can settle the problems between Tenma Town and Ninetales Vale. Me too. The theme they have for the Amazing Ninetales seems very... Wait, it's up there with the Steel Samurai. It's not quite as good as the Steel Samurai, but it's close, which is awesome. I'm sure they'll be fine after all. The blackmailer / killer is behind bars and the merge is no longer an issue. Plus, the Amazing Ninetales is obviously still a hit, and I suspect Ninetales Vale will be too.
And it's all because we believed in our client, just like you said. Okay, people. Now that we've got that one on the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo. Or you might have to start looking up at me. Huh? I'm definitely past my growth phase. And you should be about past yours too. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time. Keep eating like that and the only direction you grow is sideways. Very funny. Now I've got a hollow leg, but I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories? Ha! Just let them try to stick on me. Alright already, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldoon's Noodles isn't in an all-night stand, you know. Let's go! Eldoon's Noodles! Still going. I'm with Mr. Right. Let's go! I've been waiting to have a bowl from theirs ever since Mr. Right told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two. Yay! Thanks, boss! I won't let you down. Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldoon's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. That was our first case together, and it felt like nothing could bring us down after that. The dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. A murder at a legal academy? That'll be interesting. The end, nice. Cool visual at the end too. Let's get the taster for the next episode. I'm going to finish playing this now, but let's get the taster. We gotta see the opening cutscene to know what we're in for next time.
Themis Legal Academy, a prestigious high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
No, I don't have time to. Yeah, your favourite setting, J-Land, high school.